I was muted the whole time. So this game is like my favorite 3DS game. So I'm excited to play this. But it's gonna take probably 10 or more streams. Especially now that I'm gonna be playing less video games. I mean, it's partially because I get some brawl in here and there, but yeah, we're gonna be playing less video games overall. Anyway. Oh god, the music is so good. So good. Kind of curious how this is gonna go. There's no difficulty options. I kind of thought there was. Gotta save. You can save anywhere, dude. This is so different from what Fire Emblem's like. Shit, these are his childhood friends. I think they added a new character in the remake. The girl. Listen to the sky. What? I almost want to put this game in Japanese, but it's just gonna make it so much longer. I don't know. It's just, yeah. It would be helpful though. Definitely be helpful. You know, I think we're just gonna like notice which units are actually good. That's kind of how it is. Usually end up just noticing without trying to the true quality of units. We can turn off animations. Mass assault? Whoa, what? Whoa, this is so different from the first game. I actually find that crazy. I think it's safe to say Alm is gonna be like really good. Right? Alm with the green hair, does he not have green hair in this one? Can I see what this guy looks like? So this is him. And there we have it. That's him. Oh, this guy's like maybe gonna be good. This guy might be good. I don't know, I guess the starting guys you get are like pretty good. Gray? Alright, let's just see what happens. Luca attacks. Yeah, okay, so kind of seems to me like we can't lose this fight, at least. We might be able to lose eventually in this game. Well, do this. Click. Just be super shocked if someone died in this fight. I just like don't really see it happening. Just kind of makes me want to mass assault. Like maybe I need to just start doing that. Like that's really convenient as well. We're gonna do it. That's what I should have done the first time. The animation's turned off, huh? Let's try that. Realistically, on 3DS, I would just yeah, we can do this, man. It's actually really good. I would prefer this because I would rather just skip all the animations. I really would. That's cool. This is like a great improvement of the person. Unless like this is like a hack, could you imagine? I would be really surprised if I think we might have lost if he's supposed to get there and that's the goal here. I don't know. Did we lose because of RNG just now? I think so. Is he just healing? That's all he's doing. Okay. I thought he had to get there to win or something. I made that up in my head. is so cool. I'm loving it. Goodness. Wow. I might have found my RPG. Yo, I might have found like my RPG on NES. You know, like Zelda 2 is obviously like that as well. Dude, I just feel like I found my RPG. I don't really count Zelda 2, it's more than I. Yo, you can just farm? Oh, what? Is that normal? Does this game have grinding? Hold up. Is that real? Grinding. Yo, dude, we can literally just grind in this game. What the fuck? Yo. Dude. That's fucking crazy. When did this game come out? Wow. Actually crazy. This game's kind of like impossible to lose. Very different from the first Fire Emblem game. I'm trying to think of like what was before 92. Trying to think of what was really before. What are these guys doing? Cliff is kind of getting low. This guy's in grave danger. Just gonna have to kill him with everyone else. Kinda takes a long time to level up, huh? Shit, these guys are trying to fight. It seems strong. Must heal. By healing and save on the recipe. Oh shit. You can't infinitely like do that. Oh, here we go. I mean, this alone I feel like makes it so much better than the first Emblem. I love how fast this game is. It would be so dreadful to like play this like it is on the original. How it is in the original. Whoa, what happened? When was the last time I saved the game, by the way? I don't know. Who died? Cliff died? I'm not paying enough attention. enough attention at all. I'm not gonna let that fly, to be honest. Can you beat Fire Emblem Gaiden with only Alm? Well, technically you can't. So I don't know, like, what? Like, obviously you can't. But can you do it with one party member, basically? Both? Clip kind of seems like he sucks, to be honest. Not a big fan of Clip, he sucks. Maybe he randomly gets good later. Robin can be promoted? How do you do that? What are these promotions? What? Promoted. Dread Fighters can promote back into villagers. Hold up. Can you now break your swords in this game? That's cool. I just realized that. It's like they actually got rid of all the annoyances of the original game. That's insane. Robin to Cavalier. Sure. Horrible strategy, they say. Once promotion is available and you reach a shrine, promote. Never wait in this game. Promote ASAP. Damn. Interesting. Well, that makes things simpler, doesn't it? Makes things a little bit simpler. Who accepts? That was maybe like not a good choice, but. Why do I feel like just giving these all to Alm? That's just me. I feel bad that I'm doing this. But... Oh, okay, so I did double HP then. I don't know, I feel like we may as well do that, right? Alm's gotta be strong. He's required. I'm so itchy for some reason. I'm gonna have to wear something that makes me less itchy. So cold. What the fuck is wrong with Maine? Like I'm wearing like something to be warm right now. Like it's the winter still. Jesus. Ha 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 ha. I'm gonna check something real quick. see what the goal is here. Let's just do this. An hour has passed. Just kidding, it's 45 minutes. Yo, we're gonna have to listen to Rabid Luigi. Why does he think this game is bad? This guy not existing. He still exists. He uploaded 2 days ago. What the fuck? This guy seems like he fell off though. He's like so weird. He's so weird.
This video is.
Still gotta follow him. Maybe actually retreat with the horse.
Oh, this reminds me of my hair that needs sorting
It's
out.
so-
And, you know, nowhere's open. Everyone's shutting down for, you know, more virus stuff. I need to sort that out.
This guy's-
Hello, guys, and welcome back to another one of these fantastic
Let's listen
tier
to
list
why he
videos that I
doesn't
know
like
you
this
all
game.
love and enjoy more than life itself. My name is Rabid Luigi. Duo here. It means that the gameplay is under heavier scrutiny. You know, I've spread fates around on this video. Yep. As it is, it's just quite a nice retelling of a decent story. I've got to say, that's another thing, because the difference from Gaiden on, I want to say the NES, maybe the SNES, maybe, I can't really remember, but difference
What?
of that to the 3DS is you could have.
Sorry. This guy didn't know if Gaiden was on the NES or SNES. Are you fucking trolling me, dude? The fuck is he doing making a ranking Fire Emblem video? Is he fucking stupid? What? Recover 1 HP? That's a lot more than 1. What do you mean? Can I kill people with this character? I feel like maybe not.
Much better presentation, graphics and voice acting, and suddenly the story is
Just can't
fleshed out.
take, this
Much
guy
better
seriously.
presentation,
For this
graphics and
video.
voice acting, and suddenly the story is fleshed out massively. So it's not an S tier. I think that's a bit too ambitious, but it is a really impressive attempt at remaking a game that is not great. It's not all that great at all. So it's happy there. I'm happy with it being there, and you know, we'll move on. So really, at this point, it's just a question of which game would I have over one another as my favorite Fire Emblem game. They would
Explain why.
enjoy the
Explain why
replay
you don't like
value.
Gaiden. We're waiting.
What Three Houses is a really impressive collection of ideas of Fire Emblem, and I enjoy it. It makes it less frustrating. The fact that bridge walk that you've got a bad bind game. I do forget that. I do. That does slip my mind most of the time because you'd think it's just called Fire Emblem, but that is not the case. So interesting game, very interesting game to talk about, because being the first Fire Emblem game, it has a role to fill. It's effectively a brand new RPG. That's what you'd think when you first saw it being advertised and saw people playing it and commercials for it. So it's attempting to be a new RPG with more of a, I don't even think it had like an action stance to it, but it had a different approach to other RPGs, because it's got more strategic elements from like Famicom Wars and that sort of thing. But my issue comes from the fact that it's aged badly. It's aged really badly. The graphics are their own challenge, because that's just kind of what you get with other older RPGs, really.
Graphics
but
aren't really
the
a
problem is
problem.
how it feeds back into difficulty, because you get less feedback anyway from these graphics, and having it applied to a game that is fairly tricky just makes it a bit more frustrating to play. So, you know, I can
this guy
appreciate...
did not play this game if he thinks that the problem we're talking about is graphics. That's not even what would come to my mind. Like, that would never come to my mind when talking about that game. It's like the graphics, dude. What? Can't trust anyone on the internet to make sense. That guy's got to be like a real villain, a real enemy. Yo, how strong is this guy? Dude is kind of strong. What the fuck? How am I gonna beat this guy? Shit. magic too. Might do something about that. Tribe. I don't know where I want him. It sucks. I don't think I'll die though. Is this guy healing? I don't think so. Oh my god. I hate pain. It's so fucking cold. I'm sneezing. So that's how cold it is. Cost 1 HP to do that. Switch up. Let's put that. Well, shit, isn't that crazy that we did that? Real fast. Just a second. Are we recording the game basically? what? How does he do that, man? It's quite the range that he has. We're gonna have to kill him first. Do that first, dude.
What it is, it launched this franchise slowly. It didn't do brilliantly out of the gate, but people slowly went in dribs and drabs and decided that this was a fun franchise that they wanted to pay attention to. But I can't be too praiseworthy for it because, you know, it's just a bit old at this point, and many other games have done things better. Except for start the franchise off, because only one game can do that. Oh god, it's Gaiden! Kill it! Send it away! Send it away! I do not like Gaiden. Can I tell you how much I don't like Gaiden? The fact that it's called Gaiden, which, if you don't know, means side story. So, not only is this an attempt to be a literal side story from Fire Emblem canon, but it is actually a different type of Fire Emblem game. Oh, that did not go well. From what I remember, I think it actually sold...
I actually think Cliff sucks. I let him die. He was really pissing me off. Yeah, I did not like Cliff. I just had to let him die. Oh shit, maybe that was a mistake. Dude, what? Wait. No, Cliff is that good.
Nah. Alright, so next we go with Cliff. Cliff is one of the villagers on Alm's side, and unlike Tobin and Gray, which you kind of you can make more or less the same arguments for both of them, Cliff is better. Cliff is better because he has everything going for him. Better growth, good bases on things that are very difficult to level, like a good base resistance that can be deceptively key when defeating certain enemies. Very high luck at 10, so he has some strangely high dodging. Very good speed growth. So if he becomes a mercenary, he can be a literal speeding bullet. And if he becomes a mage, he's going to be like one of your fastest mages with a very good spell list containing Excalibur. I think Cliff is overrated and still incredibly good. I wouldn't put him S tier, but combat is better than Kamui. And yeah, to be honest, I think his combat is so good that it puts him over Jenny. It's true he's a bit hard to promote compared to the other villagers. He comes at a lower level. I think he's level 2, then Tobin is 3, and Gray is 5, and you have to reach level 5, so he needs some work to be done if you want to promote on the Silk Shrine. But yeah, Cliff is just very good. Excalibur having high critical, you put him on the right position and he will clear entire waves of enemies. He's absolutely disgusting. I've tried him as a bow knight on Echoes, where I don't think he changes that much as a unit, and he was also disgusting. Mercenary can also be disgusting, even if you're a bit like going too hard on his strengths by going on that speed. I think mage is probably the best option because you want an early mage, and in this game you don't have Faye, and you don't have another option for a mage until Luthier, so it's either him or Tobin. And while Tobin can be a very good early game mage, Cliff is the one mage that is going to last you for the end game. So yeah, Cliff, very solid unit, highest A tier. I don't think he's good enough to be considered an S tier, but I feel very comfortable putting him there over Jenny. Availability is more or less the same, so yeah, the same, basically the same, chapter 1. Yeah, that's good. Good shit, Cliff, like, he's just very good. Okay, let me see, who are you? Leon, okay. Leon the Archer. I thought it was an armor, because he looks very similar to Luca, right, to the right of him, yeah, but no, that's Leon. Leon is an archer. The one archer you get unless you reclass Atlas.
Cliff fucking died again. I wasn't looking, I guess. Cliff's a villager, so like, I have to think about this. He's a villager, so he sucks right now, but maybe he gets good. Maybe it's just not meant to be. I actually don't know.
Quite well in comparison to the first game, and it's effectively the Zelda 2 of Fire Emblem, where, not as drastically, but they tried to change up some of the ideas in this franchise and decided to do away with a lot of the strategic elements and just kind of had large maps that you could, you know, roam around and attack people in, and it's a really weird game to play because it becomes quite monotonous early on, because you realise that you're just doing the same thing. There's not a lot of originality from one level to the next, and because there's less, the strategic elements are downplayed, you don't feel you have as much control over what you can do. And then suddenly, the difficulty in like the latter half to a third of the game becomes really difficult out of nowhere. And because you haven't really had chance to express your strategic elements, really, you can't really prepare for it. You can't really decide how you want to approach it. So it's not really anybody's Fire Emblem game, and it did well, it did okay, but the fact that a lot of the ideas in this game were dropped after it kind of shows that, you know, they didn't really like what they'd done here, and I don't either. So it's gonna have to go in D, because frankly I can't think of a lower point in the franchise. I mean, maybe when they started selling badly at the turn of the century, but this is just a little bit odd. And, you know, you look at it now, and it just shows how decent of a job Echoes did, because this is what it was remaking, and frankly, what's it got going for it? It's got some nice characters and some nice music, I suppose, but you know, didn't enjoy it. And hey, we found Mystery of the Emblem, not Mystery of the New Emblem. It's very hard.
Damn. Who's got this game spoiled? There's a massive difficulty spike. We might want to make sure Alma's OP or something. Interesting. Well, that's not good. What? That was weird. Actually, that was super weird. Dun, dun. Wow, he went for Cliff? He's that far away? But he could do that? fuck? Why is this guy like OP? This guy's actually annoying. Who uses it? Okay, that just pisses me off. Yeah, that kind of just pisses me off. I don't think I had to go down like this. Oh, she's gonna let us be. Guess we'll escape. Oh my god. That's not good. Fuck. What does gray look like? Green hair.
herself.
Okay.
Apparently Cliff is better. So don't know if you can trust range or something like that. double save for losing reason. I wonder who can use it though. Who can use it? Wall can Cliff use the freaking bow? Guess we'll find out. Wait, what happens if I go back in here? I'm actually curious. There's no way that there's still people in here. Oh shit, what? Dude, it turns out you can do this the whole time to like grind. I did not know that. The fuck? 4 hours one of these days. And one of these things, you know, could work. And then like a lot of grinding. finally. Get someone else's bow. Unless I can like flip clip the bow right? Use an archer maybe. Is that the only option? Yes. Perfect. she's not good. Maybe she is good. Cool. Oh, she's Pegasus. Pegasus Knight. Oh, that was weird. Bolt. What was that for? The 11 sword. Okay, so who should use that? I don't know. Can Rico use it? Would we have to give Robin the... Dude, I feel like you have to give Robin the 11 sword. Are you kidding me? Am I wrong? They changed his name to Tobin, that's crazy. We're giving him the sword. So... Wait a minute. I feel like that would maybe make more sense. Power 187. Some of these guys have more power than me. Done fighting. Gonna let him come to us. For now. So strong. You might want to like grind more. Seriously. Well, I don't know. So a lot of people think she shouldn't have been in danger. Like,
This is Rip Hacks. It's from the franchise you need to make sure to follow. I don't know, bro. I just know that I just got fucked out of a lot of money. What else is new?
3 separate apologies towards Leffen prior to this one. What Leffen is saying here is not only a bold-faced lie, but also a clear-cut attempt at manipulation. And this is when things got interesting. When people caught on that Leffen was lying, Leffen deleted the tweet.
Yeah, I think he gets demonetized though.
The next day, stating that he was dropping out of the Big House 11 due to receiving multiple death threats the day prior. And you know what happened next?
By the way, I've gotten death threats so many times in my life. It's actually uncountable how many times I've got death threats. I just didn't save all the messages in my entire life because I knew it's some bullshit. People just talking shit.
The entire community completely ignored Hax's plea for an unban and came together to condemn all death threats.
Yeah, it's like Logan says, when a video is taken down like this, the ad money, that you just don't get anything. So I'm basically not getting shit. I mean, it might get a little bit when it comes back up, but it's gonna be nothing compared to the original.
Harassment. In real time, I'd witnessed Leffen manipulate the entire community, and all it took was to say the magic words of death threats to completely derail.
It was gonna go to Hax's mom. Hax's mom told Technicals to give it to me, so Technicals mentioned that in the first, like, 2.5 minutes of the video. So, yeah, that happened, and I guess I'm not gonna
any potential discourse regarding Hax's ban, and instead shift the conversation.
By the way, I'm constantly answering questions from both YouTube and Twitch chat. I just don't have them both appearing on the screen because I didn't finish setting up. I'm still new to multi-streaming, so that's why I don't have it fully set up. I still need to set up YouTube members and the 2 chats on the screen. I haven't gotten done yet. I don't know how yet.
Conversation to how death threats are bad and how Hax's actions have indirect consequences. Pipsqueak, a true intellectual of our time, came up with the brilliant idea that Hax intentionally made a statement before Leffen went to a big tournament as a way to incite harassment. I'm not kidding. He believed that Hax apologized to Leffen as a way to harass him. At the very least, he believed that Hax should be more cognizant of his actions and how they could lead to harassment, essentially blaming Hax for all the harassment Leffen faced. I thought this was obvious, but apparently it isn't, so I'm gonna have to say it anyways. Hacks cannot control the actions of a bunch of random people online who each have their own agency and opinions. Nowhere in Hacks' apology did he even say the word Leffen, let alone incite any harassment towards him. Because you know it's a fucking apology. Yet somehow the community was hell-bent on attributing—
Hugh, I literally just talked about that 5 minutes ago, so just so you have to check the past broadcast.
all the harassment.
I also talked about on my video that I went over technicals video 4 days ago, so I went over it a bunch of times 5 minutes ago. So just check that again. I'm not going to mention it every 5 minutes though.
Towards Hacks. It doesn't matter that Leffen literally lied the day prior. Like, you don't think that played any role in the harassment he got and that maybe it wasn't Hacks? Now Hacks, whose only intention was to appeal his ban, was pressured to make not one, but 2 follow-up statements condemning the harassment Leffen was receiving.
Last week when I issued a couple of statements on Twitter, I had no intention of sabotaging his weekend. I just wanted to let people know how much I miss being able to attend events like Big House and Genesis. It did make me realize that I need to advise my fan base and community to please not direct any further negativity toward Leffen's way on my behalf.
They mass reported technicals video, so it got taken down and all the ad money is going to be gone. Well, unless it gets re-uploaded from 0 views, and then maybe it'll come back. I don't know. But yeah, I just talked about it a few times. So that fucking sucks.
Hacks was being held to an impossible standard where he was solely responsible for anything bad that happened to Leffen, as if it was his job to protect Leffen at all costs, like covering him in bubble wrap or something. Anyways, it's safe to say that Hacks' attempt to appeal the ban failed miserably thanks to Leffen. Apparently the TOs would eventually try to discuss the ban in November, but never came to a unanimous decision on a proper ban length, so over the next few months, Hacks only grew more and more desperate to get answers as to why he was still banned, all while at the same time, he still had people in his ear telling him to post a video about Leffen and Jisoo. It got to a point where one night, I joined a voice channel in Technical's Discord server to find that Tech was watching a 45-minute video that Hacks wanted him to review. He was like, "Franchise, you won't believe what Hacks is trying to post right now." And I was like, "Yes, I do, Tech. I've been trying to tell him to not post that exact video for over a year now." Once again, we had to talk him out of posting it. But once again, Hacks felt compelled to at least post something on the matter.
And a lot of the reason Hacks kept apparently we learned after his death that a lot of the people were some people with bad intentions were in Hacks' ear. If you check the group chat part of Technical's video out, well, I'm just gonna show you. I don't know how to. If you want where I talk about it, I mentioned it on this. Right here from 4 days ago. I was supposed to actually win. I talk about it all here when I went over Technical's video, so you can just watch it there when I give you my thoughts. It all should be there, so I don't want to repeat stuff pointlessly. I never saw this, but just keep in mind that the group chat part of the video talks about how Hacks had people in his ear telling him, make another video, you gotta make another video, man. But they were doing it for their own entertainment, and they admitted it. Yeah, but you could just watch I think you should actually just watch it from my past broadcast, because I literally go over not only the video, but my thoughts at each part of the video.
On January 21st, 2024, Hacks uploaded a video titled January 2024 Ban Appeal, which was yet another attempt to publicly plead his case for an unban.
Son of a bitch.
An Apex Legends thumbnail. It's because I never stream on YouTube.
Provide the full
you can pin it. You can erase the pin there.
context of what we're dealing with here. Once again.
Oh, and some of those people showed up to the funeral. Yeah.
If you want to skip ahead, feel free.
Hi everyone, this is Hacks. I'm making this video because at this point I've determined that certain things will never be resolved unless I provide a proper explanation for my actions from a few years ago. This video is not intended to reignite things, but rather to close the void by answering the questions many people still have about the situation surrounding my ban. I'm also hoping to prove my innocence to people, or at least prove to people that I'm not as guilty as they think. The sad truth about what happened a few years ago is that I didn't need to overthink things to such an extent. None of the lengthier videos I released were ever necessary, and I accept the fact that I deserve to serve time for them. However, I wasn't wrong in thinking that I had to speak up in some capacity back during that time period. Now that some time has passed, I'd like to recap the events which were ongoing back then so that I can show what a more reasonable course of action would have looked like. The sequence of events which called me to action a few years ago was spurred by the release of Sam Ox's Metagame documentary. Metagame was aired to the general public.
Oh, can I talk up Metagame? I love, first off, I love Samox for making the Smash doc, and the Smash doc, the first one was great, but Metagame was such a big drop down from it, honestly. Not only did they put me in a very unfair light where they barely talked about me and acted like I was a lot worse and less impactful than I was, which I'm already mad about, very, very inaccurately portrayed. So much so that I would actually recommend not watching the video. But they actually revised both Mango and Leffen's part because Mango and Leffen complained, especially Leffen, but both of them complained on Twitter that they didn't like the way they were portrayed. They were actually both portrayed accurately. The bullying Mango did and all the way he used to be, which is whatever because you're younger, but still. And then same with Leffen, who never changed. They were portrayed in an accurate way, and accurate means they got put in a bad light. Unfortunately, the truth is, you know, they weren't great people. So they didn't like that, so they revised the entire thing, and they changed both parts, and especially Leffen's part, they changed extra dramatically. So basically, Metagame sucks, but the original Smash doc was pretty good, and I hope that the next one he makes is good too.
On December 11th, 2020, the second day of the Metagame broadcast was notable in that it contained information which pertained.
If you want to see the original, I think you could check this out. Like you could just type that in and just it shows the parts from the original. Yeah.
To Leffen's ban from 2013. This led to an exchange in which Leffen expressed that he was being defamed by his portrayal within Metagame. Samox had no choice but to agree to remove all evidence.zip related information from Metagame due to how much pressure he was faced with that night. Samox then came back 4 months later from Metagame.
Oh, everybody used old gamer language back then, by the way. It was completely different than nowadays, which is why nobody does it nowadays, but it was done back then.
Due to how much pressure he was faced with that night. Samox then came back 4 months later to let people know that he'd be making it up to Leffen with a 9th episode that would feature him. That episode would air on June 5th, 2021. Samox went on to win awards for producing Metagame, which contains this episode. In the aftermath of this situation, I explained that I was experiencing psychosis back when these events were ongoing.
Yeah, Samox was pressured by the crowd. And actually, Samox being pressured and Samox changing metagame was a huge factor in Hax's motivation to make the videos. In a way, metagame killed Hax, but no, that's it's not fair to say that. I'm just joking. But that is what started Hax making the videos in the first place. No, of no fault of Samox. Samox didn't know that this would lead to any of that, obviously.
This is something that can happen in response to highly traumatic and abusive circumstances.
Yeah, everyone took Technical's videos down, but as I said, if you would like to rewatch Technical's video, as I said, I'm gonna link it right here. It's pinned on my Twitter. If you go to my Twitch, just go to live, and it's the video giving my thoughts from 4 days ago. So if you go in this video right here from 4 days ago from my past broadcast live streams, which is also pinned on my Twitch, you could grab it there, and not only is the original there, you can see my feedback, my thoughts of reacting to the video with my feedback at each part.
However, I never explained what those circumstances were, so I'd like.
Oh yeah, they're gonna try to take mine down, so make sure to back mine up too. They're gonna try for sure. They're already trying to cancel me every week. They've been trying to cancel me every month for the past year and a half because they don't like me. And I feel like they're going to do this for the rest of my life. So that's just... I've come to just accept that that's the reality, and that's just what's going to happen. They're going to try to cancel me every month for the rest of my life. That's what they're going to do.
Go ahead and do that within this video. On February 9, 2013, Armada announced to Smashboards that Sweden had decided to ban Leffen for 1 year. At the bottom of Armada's post, it mentioned that there were testimonies written during this time period which contained sensitive information.
Who's they? The Smash, the Smash community. specific people in the Smash community. Too many to name.
I was actually the one who submitted these testimonies to tournament organizers 12 days later on February 21st, 2013. These testimonies are collectively known as evidence.zip. Their contents are in fact very unsettling, and I can't tell you how many times throughout my Melee career I deliberately kept this information a secret so that other people could be happy. I think that I would have successfully made it through my entire career without ever having to reveal this if not for the way the metagame documentary referenced these testimonies. Since I've already alluded to them, I'll continue to tell the story.
Having a nuanced take and not seeing the world in black and white unfortunately puts a target in your head, but the world literally isn't black and white. It's not so simple as this guy's all good, this guy's all evil. I don't think there's anybody I know who's 100% evil or 100% good. Even the worst people have the tiniest bit of niceness, and the best people have a little bit of bad. Nobody is perfect, and just putting people to such standards of 100% evil or 100% good or whatever is absolutely ridiculous and unreasonable, and will pretty much never happen.
Within evidence.zip, the cover letter directly explained that there were 9 testimonies in total. The cover letter also explained how urgent it was to ban Leffen at the time.
Thank you, new phones.
As the years went on, everyone else who wrote these testimonies gradually retired. Armada's retirement in 2018 was notable in that it left me as the last active player in possession of these testimonies, and so I was alone in having this perspective from that point onward. This meant that when Metagame aired, I was the last one who witnessed it through the lens of the testimonies. I'll show a clip of when they were referenced during the second day of the broadcast.
My relationship with Leffen was very bad. We started to see sort of like a pattern, which was sort of like poison for the community, I would say.
Yeah, his trash talk was different, to be honest. It wasn't brotherly. He went very, very personal with a lot of people, like telling people who've been to mental hospitals twice that they don't respect them, or that he doesn't respect them because of their mental health.
No problem, Rixie.
Like I said, always, him and I never got up very well. My first interaction with him was that I told him, oh, hey, I'm kind of having a really bad human issue where I can't really pick up and work at the same level as most people do. What he did in reaction to that was basically making fun of me. Like, he said, oh, but can you hear this? And then he tried, like, mouthing words. It really always felt like he was focusing on my shortcomings as a human being. The community is sort of like a second family to me, you know? And if someone is acting like this towards, you know, members of the family, I do not really want to interact with that, and I know these people do not want it either.
Thank you, Rose.
He was banned from Swedish events for about a year.
He got banned by an entire country. A country bans him. That's crazy.
I guess like you could see it as, you know, like a betrayal in a sense, but I still think it was, you know, for the right thing for the community to like take this stand against it.
It was after this segment aired that Leffen expressed that he was being defamed. I was the only person in the community who strongly disagreed with this, as I knew very well that even the original metagame run was tame in comparison to what was written in the evidence.zip testimonies. I've made the testimonies publicly available so that people can see that I'm not exaggerating or making things up. I sincerely apologize to the people who wrote these testimonies 11 years ago, but they've become a liability for me to have, as they cause me to view things through a different lens than other people. I think it's for the greater good that these testimonies are made available as a public resource at this point. Please note that Nicholas Ringberger and Carl Johan Boland's testimonies have been excluded, as those are two of the more sensitive ones. I'll show a few excerpts so that people can understand why I was so stressed out a few years ago. The cover letter continued to explain that for years, Leffen has imposed on the happiness of countless members of our community. His unparalleled hatred and vulgarity leave people feeling belittled and attacked wherever he goes. His self-righteousness, manipulation, lies, superiority complex, nonsensical reasons for attacking people, and refusal to change make him a threat to not only the Smash community, but society. There was also a testimony that contained an excerpt which read, if people actually took the time to wrap their heads around what actions Leffen has exhibited toward me, Hacks, and many
Yeah,
more,
Mario 64.
anything less than not welcoming him to any future tournaments or gatherings is ludicrous. The mere thought of it is preposterous, and the act of allowing the things he'll subject others to is nothing less than grotesque and an act of cruelty toward his targets. You must understand that he has yet proven to show any sign of remorse whatsoever concerning his actions, how they affect people, what they have to go through and put up with, nor how it affects not only them, but poisons the entire atmosphere and well-being of the community as a whole. He impeccably dismisses and declines any invitation or attempt to inquire in any form of dialogue or conversation regarding the situation. He just doesn't seem to care at all. And until that fact changes, it'd be preposterous to invite, accept, or allow this guy anywhere near the people he constantly subjects to acts of malicious intent, not to forget or undermine the urgency in sparing any new potential prospects. The indecency in prolonging this is truly nothing less than an act of cruelty. It was because of excerpts like these that I viewed the 9th episode of Gaiden as being so horrible. Within the episode, there's no mention of the evidence.zip victims whatsoever. There are also segments in which history is revised by making it seem as though Armada plotted a conspiracy against Lefton. This is completely illegitimate and one of the many reasons why I'm of the opinion that the episode should be banned.
What kind of question is that, Bobber?
In which history is revised by making it seem as though Armada plotted a conspiracy against Lefton. This is completely illegitimate and one of the many reasons why I'm of the opinion that the episode should be banned.
Yeah, I know, Archer. All he wanted to do
To conclude
was,
things, I created this video in order to clarify why that
fun to play.
controversy happened. I'm pleading for some empathy from community leaders and tournament organizers, given how extreme these circumstances were. I was having a difficult time accepting these circumstances back when they were ongoing, and should have refrained from responding to them so hastily. I'm sorry for the hyperbole and paranoia that I exhibited on the original video. I confess that this was unnecessary. While the metagame revision was triggering, it wasn't the end of the world as I made it out to be. I apologize to Lefton and the community for projecting that narrative. I should also clarify that I'm not looking to hold Lefton accountable for what was explained in this video. I'm only looking to provide a record of the factual truth that I witnessed during that time period, which contrasted from what others witnessed. I'd like to go back to being an entertainer and contributor for the community, but in order to do that, I've realized that I have to clear my name from this. I believe the fairest outcome would be a more neutral settlement, in which just acknowledge that there were circumstances which led to this, but that I needed to do better even when being faced with those circumstances. I hope the community accepts this proposal and explanation, as I can't afford to relegate myself to the current understanding many people have of the situation. Many people think that I did this baselessly and maliciously, and that absolutely isn't true. I'm sorry for ever creating this misconception. Aside from that, I've spoken my truth and will be submitting this video to TOs in the hopes of resolving my ban situation. Thank you for watching.
In this new appeal video, Hax chose to go more in depth as to why he felt compelled to make evidence.zip.
a lot of the people who don't like Technical's video, they reported it. Am I watching a video? This is not the same video. This is the franchise's video called Rip Hacks that I'm reacting to 2 days late. If you want the original, I reacted to the video 4 days ago. Here. So you should watch that.
2. He argued that due to his intimate involvement with banning Lefton in 2015...
The group chat part was the worst part, by the way. The group chat was the most important part to the story, and it was the worst.
He saw the situation with the metagame documentary differently than most
and it's the worst part by far, like not even close.
And felt the need to speak out. But most importantly, he makes it exceedingly clear that he was wrong in how he handled the situation, needed to do better, and
yeah, I think Reddit probably mass reported it. I think Reddit mass reported it. I feel like the Smash community really wanted to make a war where it's like technicals versus anti-technicals. I hate viewing it in black and white though, 'cause I don't really like to think that way. Like even I was critical of Technical's video going too hard on Cody. If you actually watch my reaction, I literally talk about how I don't think Cody was portrayed fairly. But I think everything else is valid in the video. I'm still gonna be my own individual thinker. I don't like to be like I feel like most people online, they want you to be like 100% with a side. I'm rarely 100% with a side. I'm usually like, if anything, maybe like 90%, 10%, or 70%, 30%, or like something like that. Or maybe I'll have a completely different conclusion altogether. You know, I don't like to just be like, oh, this is 100% in all situations. It's rarely the case for me. But yeah.
deserved to serve time for his actions. And once again, he apologized directly to Leffen. He also stated from the outset that his goal was not to reignite things with Leffen, but solely to give context to his motivations for making his videos. So how was this video received by the community? Did it finally spark some important discourse regarding his ban? Well, it did, but not in the way any of us could have imagined.
I don't know what straight
On
shooter means, but
January
thank you.
23rd, just 2 days after the video was published, NYC Melee posted a statement regarding Hax's latest video, stating that they had decided to permanently ban Hax with no chance to appeal. And just like that, everything we had worked towards, and all the progress we made over the past 2.5 years to unban Hax was seemingly dashed to bits and pieces. And the worst part was that permanently ban Hax with no chance to appeal. And just like that, everything we had worked towards, and all the progress we made over the past 2.5 years to unban Hax.
That's what they wanted. That's what they wanted from the start, in my opinion. They wanted this from the start, in my opinion.
Hax's latest video, stating that they had decided to permanently ban
This,
Hax.
I honestly believe they wanted this from the beginning. Thank you.
Chance to appeal. And just like that, everything we had worked towards, and all the progress we made over the past 2.5 years to unban Hax was seemingly dashed to bits and pieces. And the worst part was that this ban Hax was seemingly dashed to bits and
This is so bad.
we made over the past 2.5 years to unban Hax was
this is so bad. Right here, all you have to do is down smash with Fox, and then I think the blue Fox is just gonna die. Okay, that was my smash brain. I'm gonna focus on what they're talking about now.
Pieces. And the past 2.5 years to
I'm sorry. My brain literally just looked at that and saw how bad it was. Like, what the fuck are you doing?
Seemingly dashed to
this is the easiest down smash ever. Because he's not gonna land. He would have to do a SDI in into attack. I don't think he's gonna do that.
Pieces. And the worst part was that this ban was easily the most ticky-tacky BS decision to have been made up to
Coaching tonight? Yeah, probably.
If you thought Mikey's document was bad, just wait until you read the rest of this one. In their statement, NYC Melee claims that Hax was banned due to violating the first 2 clauses of his conditional unban.
The clauses were bullshit, though.
The first clause stated that the banned individual releases no further public statements about fellow community members, which can be considered in violation of Code of Conduct Rules 2.2.
1 minute, BRB.
2.2.3. Essentially, don't do the same things that got you banned in the first place, in this case, defamation and harassment. The panel argued that mentioning Leffen's ban in 2013 and the testimonies from Leffen's victims is somehow defamatory. I'm not even kidding. Even mentioning the original evidence.zip, a real event that happened, was somehow lying about Leffen and thus a punishable offense for Hax. I would love for them to explain how that could possibly be the case. The second clause stated that the banned individual engages in no additional interviews or public discussions on the topic of their ban for their own social media channels or any others. If you just thought to yourself, hey, that sounds like a completely stupid and unnecessary overreach of the TO's power, why would they include a clause like that? A day later, the head TO of NYC Melee at the time, Julia P., formerly known as Willie P., tried to justify the panel's decision by stating, I do not believe Hax himself encourages the threats or harassment against others, but whether intentional or not, when your consistent actions have consistent consequences, it is up to you to correct that or to plain stop those actions. Disregarding that she completely ignored that Hax condemned and apologized for the harassment that came Leffen's way during the Big House situation, which is, in fact, an attempt to correct that, as she puts it, her whole argument essentially boils down to this. Every time Hax posts about his ban, people are mean to Leffen, so he needs to stop posting about his ban, regardless of his intentions. First of all, as I said before, Hax was not, and should not have been, responsible for the actions of random weirdos online, especially when he never encouraged or directed anyone to harass Leffen, and has explicitly condemned harassment towards Leffen. Even in this new ban appeal, he says at the start that the video was not intended to reignite things. How, on God's green earth, can you possibly claim that this video incites harassment? If he were trying to relitigate things with Leffen, that would be a completely different story. But he explicitly condemned his actions towards Leffen multiple times in the video. If people, completely of their own volition and against the wishes of Hax, decide to target Leffen with harassment and death threats, why should any of the blame fall on Hax? Also, you don't think that maybe cultivated by Leffen himself? For years, he's openly been a toxic and condescending asshole literally everywhere he goes. There are several gaming communities who hate Leffen completely independently of hacks. You guys don't think the reason there's so much vitriol towards Leffen is because of the energy he puts out into the world? In regards to the Big House situation specifically, Leffen posted a lie literally the day before he dropped out. Again, you don't think that had any impact on the harassment he got? And what's ironic is that later in the same document, she contradicts herself by blaming the harassment that she was getting on a mob of technical stands and explicitly stating that she does not blame hacks for it. I genuinely don't get it. Are the rabid online Smash weirdos technicals fans or hacks fans? Why does that even matter to begin with? Are they not their own people with their own agency to make their own decisions? Again, hacks cannot control the actions of random people online. He can, however, control what he says in posts, but so long as his posts do not encourage harassment towards Leffen and actively disavows it, I don't see how in any way he can be held responsible for it. Aside from the violations they cited, the line that really pissed me off the most and displayed a complete lack of acknowledgement for Hacks' situation was this line where they mentioned how they hoped Hacks
I'm
would
back.
move past this.
Where's that? I think that was that,
You guys unbanned conduct
Here you
rules 2.2.1 and 2.2.3 essentially don't do the same things that got you banned in the first place, in this case, defamation and harassment. The panel argued that mentioning Leffen's ban in 2013 and the testimonies from Leffen's victims is somehow defamatory. I'm not even kidding. Even mentioning the original evidence.zip, a real event that happened, was somehow lying about Leffen and thus a punishable offense for hacks. I would love for them to explain how that could possibly be the case. The second clause stated that the banned individual engages in no additional interviews or public discussions on the topic of their ban for their own social media channels or any others. If you just thought to yourself,
they were literally just trying to control him. They were literally just trying to control him.
that sounds like a completely stupid and unnecessary overreach of the TO's power. Why would they include a clause like that? A day later, the head TO of NYC Melee at the time, Julia P., formerly known as Willie P., tried to justify the panel's decision by stating, "I do not believe Hacks himself encourages the threats or harassment against others, but whether intentional or not, when your consistent actions have consistent consequences, it is up to you to correct that or to plain stop those actions." Disregarding that she completely ignored that Hacks condemned and apologized for the harassment that came Leffen's way during the Big House situation, which is, in fact, an attempt to correct that, as she puts it, her whole argument essentially boils down to this. Every time Hacks posts about his ban, people are mean to Leffen, so he needs to stop posting about his ban, regardless of his intentions. First of all, as I said before, Hacks was not, and should not have been, responsible for the actions of random weirdos online, especially when he never encouraged or directed anyone to harass Leffen, and has explicitly condemned harassment towards Leffen. Even in this new ban appeal, he says at the start that the video was...
Yeah, as I said, they took down the technicals video, but if you go to my Twitch, you can see where I react to the video from a few days ago. Yeah, I keep trying, but I'm starting to get to the point where I feel like it's kind of hopeless. Like, I'm actually starting to lose hope that anything will change, but I keep trying. Yeah, and people always try to say, oh, something about, like, of course I wouldn't see bad stuff because I'm a top player, or of course, or I'm autism privilege, or because I'm autistic I don't know any better, or I'm easily manipulated. And I'm not gonna lie, I have been easily manipulated a lot in the past, but I don't think it's fair for them to, like, I feel like anytime, like, people, they use that line all the time whenever they don't agree with anything I say. And I get it. I've had a past where EMP never paid me, P4K never paid me, Visual Gamer stole a lot of money from me, Sky tricked me. Tons of people have tricked me and manipulated me, and I can't even count the amount of times people have took advantage of me being a naive or easy to manipulate person. It's not untrue. It is actually true that I've been constantly manipulated and tricked for my deficit. It just sucks that, like, because that's happened to me so many times that I can't ever say anything without people just going to that to discredit my whole side. No, CT actually paid me, Chia paid me, Empire Arcadia never did, P4K never did, Visual Gamer owes me like 12 grand, he never paid me. Williams was supposed to stream with me a lot for 7 months and he never did. There's a bunch of other shit, and then there's so many, these are like small, there's so many, like, my whole life is literally people tricking me and manipulating me. except for very few people. But yeah. I get it. I understand that argument that I'm naive and easily manipulated global. It's because it is true, but it just sucks that I can't say anything about people retorting to that, like every single time in every scenario. It sucks. I don't even know how to reply back to that. It just sucks. I don't know, dude. I'm probably still easy to trick and manipulate, just maybe slightly less than the past.
Is not intended to reignite things. How, on God's green earth, can you possibly claim that this video incites harassment? If you were trying to relitigate things with Leffen, that would be a completely different story. But he explicitly condemned his actions towards Leffen multiple times in the video. If people, completely of their own volition and against the wishes of Hacks, decide to target Leffen with harassment and death threats, why should any of the blame fall on Hacks? Also, you don't think that maybe most of the harassment and negativity that Leffen receives is cultivated by Leffen himself? For years, he's openly been a toxic and condescending asshole literally everywhere he goes. There are several gaming communities who hate Leffen completely independently of Hacks. You guys don't think the reason there's so much vitriol towards Leffen is because of the energy he puts out into the world? In regards to the Big House situation specifically,
yeah, there's like over 100 people that
literally the day before he dropped
Thank you,
out.
Barry.
Again, you don't think that had any impact on the harassment he got? And what's ironic is that later in the same document, she contradicts herself by blaming the harassment that she was getting on a mob of technical fans and explicitly stating that she does not blame Hacks for it. I genuinely don't get it. Are the
Thank you, Shoe Patty, for the prime. Good on you for Good on you for defending Cody. I also felt that part of Technical's video was petty. Also, the part that about Hacks apologized. I know. I even told Technicals ahead of time that if he attacks Cody in a way that I don't think is right, that I would defend him. So Technicals did know that ahead of time. I did tell him ahead of time. But he said that he was gonna do it anyway, and I was a good friend for trying. But yeah. So I was honest up front and be like, okay, this is probably what will happen. Good on you defending Cody. I thought that it was that was part petty. Also, the part about Hacks' apologies was pretty biased. A lot of his apologies were nullified when he doubled down. As for Leffen to be punished again last year. Oh wait. Oh yeah, no. I mean, so I'm always weird about that part because like I know you can use the argument that someone barely plays male. Like me and Leffen both barely play male anymore, but I don't think that makes like actions like necessarily right or wrong. I mean, it's like some people talk about, oh, Mita King barely plays melee. What does he know? Or who cares if he's banned or not because he doesn't play it. I hear that argument, but I don't think that should like. I don't even think that should be part of anything. I don't think that should be part about anything. Yeah, I asked him to not mention Cody because I know that if he did, he was going to go in too much to paint him as like a villain, and I don't think that's accurate. I don't think I don't think he was portrayed the way he actually is. I think it portrayed him in an unfairly negative way, in my opinion. Like it painted the worst possible picture you could have. This is not the same as me defending everything he did. Just to be clear, this is not, as I said before, this is not me defending everything he did. I just don't think he was painted accurately. That's all.
Online Smash weirdos, Technicals fans, or Hacks fans? Why does that even matter to begin with? Are they not their own people with their own agency to make their own decisions? Again, Hacks cannot control the actions of random people online. He can, however.
For what it's worth, though, I agree with everything else Technicals pretty much ever posted. No, I don't want to go that far. I agree with the vast majority of what Technicals has been posting for quite some time now, except for the Cody.
However, control what he says in posts, but so long as his posts do not encourage harassment towards Leffen and actively disavows it, I don't see how in any way he can be held responsible for it. Aside from the violations they cited, the line that really pissed me off the most and displayed a complete lack of acknowledgement for Hacks' situation was this line where they mentioned how they hoped Hacks could move past this. Hey, newsflash, but just because you guys unbanned Hacks doesn't mean the situation is resolved. He's still banned everywhere else. And once again, it's ironic because in Julia's follow-up document...
Shoutouts to Smashback and Hungrybucks for not banning him, by the way.
She even acknowledges that there was no true concrete path for Hacks to follow to get unbanned at a national level. So how exactly was Hack supposed to move past this when he's still banned elsewhere? Bonus points for the sentence that comes right after, where they say Hax can't let go of his original motivations in regards to a video where Hax is literally saying he was in the wrong.
Barry, I'm already the target of the next cancel mob. They literally try to cancel me every week for, like, my whole fucking life. Well, to be more accurate, for the past year and a half, they've been trying to attack me. For the past 18 months, I'd say, they've been attacking me for any reason. Constantly. Every month, I see some other bullshit. Like, they just want to attack me. There's clearly a large group of people that just don't like me, that are looking for anything to attack me with. And I'm very confident that they're going to keep doing this for the rest of my life. I genuinely believe there's a high chance they will do this for the rest of my life. At least for a few years. At least for the next few years. I've just come to accept that that's just the reality. That's just what's going to happen. And it's pretty much guaranteed. It's pretty much guaranteed. And I'm being serious. That is what I believe will happen.
It's as if they purposefully ignored everything that was said in Hax's video so they could ban him. Remember how I said earlier that some TOs genuinely wanted to just search for...
I think it's because I'm outspoken. Like, I don't go with mob think mentality. I just try to think of my own. And if I don't agree with everything if I don't agree with every single point on either side, they just attack me. When in the reality, even Technicals, who is a person that I agree with on all the points, I don't agree with everything. I'm still gonna think and use my own brain, come to my own conclusions. This is not me saying that I'm always right. This is not me saying you have to have the same opinion as me. I'm still gonna have my own opinion. I'm my own individual.
Any reason they could to ban Hax? That's honestly how I feel about this decision, even though the people involved swear this wasn't the case. This was an incredibly ticky-tacky reason to ban someone.
But franchise, if he didn't want to get rebanned, then he should have just followed the clauses that he agreed to.
Wow, it's almost as if he had literally no other choice but to agree to them if he ever wanted to return. What was the alternative? To never play the game again? How was that a fair proposition at all? And even
This kid fucking jumped up!
Hax deserved to be
Oh my
the clauses.
fucking god! Oh, bye-bye! Oh, shit! That's it! Hey, the boo! Hey, the boo! Yo, this kid's fucking gone, bro! This kid fucking jumped up!
Going after Leffen. This video is incredibly innocuous. Maybe he could have tweaked a few things here or there. Obviously, dedicating almost 7 minutes to talking about Leffen when you're already on thin ice is probably not the best idea. But really, his only crime was that instead of sending this video privately to TOs, he posted it publicly to his channel. If you really think that's a crime, you cannot convince me that the punishment NYC gave fits the crime in any capacity whatsoever. And luckily, I wasn't alone on this. In response to NYC's decision, Edwin Budding tweeted out, 100% support this decision by NYC Melee, in saying that online vultures think they have a better grasp on Hax than people who have literally known him for several years and came to this conclusion. So who are these online vultures that Edwin speaks of?
Well, I've known Hax for 15 to 20 years.
Well, let me introduce you to just a handful of them, so you get an idea of what we're dealing with. Here's Toussaint, top Jigglypuff player from New York, who wholeheartedly disagreed with the decision. Here's the Swooper, top Samus player from New Jersey, also completely disagreed with the decision. Here's Django, a player and commentator from NYC, who was very outspoken against the decision. Here's Akla, the #1 ranked player in NYC and the #10 ranked player in the world at the time, saying he didn't agree with the decision even after a conversation with the TOs. Here's Dark Janice, former TO for NYC Melee, saying he voted against a permanent ban and in favor of a temporary 1-month suspension. Now if you just thought to yourself, hey, those don't sound like random online vultures, but rather integral members of the NYC Melee community, you'd be 1000% correct. In fact, every single person I just mentioned was also a close friend of Hax for...
Oh, what's up, Technicals? The money from the vid still gets to my NOX, so what I get... Oh, it does work? To be honest with you, Technicals, I don't know how YouTube works. So I didn't know it worked like that. I thought when it gets taken down, it's use everything. Or when it gets recorded, use everything. Because I got emails that my stuff was being... I got some emails when people were saying about the monetization and stuff. What? Yeah, I don't know how this shit works. I just know that I had videos taken down from like when I got hacked by Tesla, like in early 2023, like the Tesla hack. A lot of my videos got taken down, and I couldn't get them back. I don't really know how this works. Yeah, that's up. I'm about halfway done watching the hacks video. Slightly more than 50% done. Yeah. For what it's worth, I agree with the vast majority of your points, except I think you went a little too in on Cody, but I told you that ahead of time. Yeah.
For years. But according to our great friend Edwin, these people are online vultures who don't know hacks and don't understand the situation. And remember, Julia P. also tried to do a similar thing by reducing the massive backlash to a mob of...
Alright, sounds good, thank you. Yeah, keep me updated.
Technical stands. Rather than acknowledge that they were reducing the massive backlash to a mob of technical stands.
I don't like the whole... how people online, they always group people by left-wing, right-wing, tech stands, this, that. Like, why can't people just be their own individual, bro? They always have to group people. I consider myself my own individual thinker. I agree with most of what Technical says, but not 100%. I agree with some of these people. I agree with some of these people. There's very few people where I agree with 100% of something. And I don't know why most people just, they have to be grouped into these boxes. You're either on this box or this box. Like, why does it have to be 100% this box or 100% this box? And if you're not 100% in a certain box, they don't like you. I feel like it's so lame. It actually makes it, like, detrimental to be an individual thinker and have a unique opinion which isn't the majority. It's very frustrating because I don't like to I like to think for myself, or at least try. I might not always come to the right conclusion. I might change my mind later, but at least I'll try, you know? I don't know. It's better than not trying, I think.
Rather than acknowledge that they were making an incredibly unpopular decision that went against the wishes of their own community, they still insisted that it was only a vocal minority on the fringes of the community that opposed the permit.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just frustrating. The internet's very frustrating. Reddit is the worst. Twitter's the second. Twitter could be really bad too. Nothing. I think my tier list is Reddit is by far the worst, then a big gap, and then Twitter, and then a big gap, and YouTube and Twitch are the best. That's my tier list. Goodness. From what this is based on personal experience, of course, obviously, because I mean I only know personal experience. Dude, I don't even know what liberal means. I've heard people say that too. I've heard every word describe me at this point, and I don't even know what half these words mean. I don't even know what the word liberal means.
You'd have to be so absurdly out of touch to look at the reception the decision was getting and think this way. And this is when defeat turned to optimism. While the initial news of the ban was heartbreaking, seeing such an
Reddit moderation upvote downvote system made it hard to have. Yeah, no, you can't. It's not even about the popular one. It's about the dude. Reddit is actually corrupt. It's not a good place to get information because if they don't like you, if the moderators or the people who frequent there don't like you, they will downvote the shit out of you, or delete your posts, or lock your thread. They will do one of those three things. But if things are favoring them, which already has a biased group of people to begin with, then they let it run. You could actually defame anybody and make somebody look really bad, even if they're not a bad person overall. You can make them look like that, or vice versa, very easily. At least Twitter doesn't have that, where at least on Twitter everyone can speak. Now, Twitter is very evil, but Reddit is a completely different level of evil and corruption, in my opinion. In my opinion, Twitch and YouTube are the best. I like to do Twitch and YouTube because I think it's, well, first off, obviously that's how I make a living anyway, but luckily for me, this is where it seems less toxic, at least in my personal opinion. But I don't identify as left or right or any of this stuff. In fact, I don't even like Donald Trump. The stuff he's doing was kind of bad, and I know Donald Trump is right-wing, and I don't know much about politics, but I don't think I'm right. But people keep calling me that. I don't know why they keep calling me that, but they keep calling me that, and it's really like annoying. No, I think Reddit's way more toxic. Okay, I should say Reddit's worse because it's more easily manipulated. Like it's more corrupt because of moderators and their agendas. At least Smash Reddit. I don't know if other Reddits are like that, but in Smash, Reddit's the most corrupt. This is not me defending Twitter. It's just me demoting Twitter to second worst. They're both very bad. Don't get me wrong. They're both very bad. Yeah, I don't know anything about politics. You know what I know? You know what I know? I know video games. You know what I haven't researched? Politics. You know what I'm forced to experience all the time? Politics. I hate that. You know when I was growing up? You know when I was growing up? You know what I wanted to do? Have you seen this website? Have you seen this website which claims that I'm 16 years old? And when I'm getting, and my last time being, well, I'm 16 right now. I'm 36, so this was last updated 16 years. This is 20 years old. You know what I posted on this website? Do you want to see who I really am as a person? I am a fucking nerd. Look at this shit. This is over 100 pages of data from every GameCube game, and I mean more in detail for F-Zero GX, Double Dash, Metroid Prime. I even found some Wind Waker glitches, Halo PC, and the Melee documentary. And I went more in detail than anybody else in the world, and I did it when there was no resources. This is what I do. You think I did this because I like politics? Or do you think I like fucking video games? I spent thousands of hours on this. I could probably make hundreds of videos. Well, I don't, if I knew how to, I don't know the best meta for it, but it's probably potential to make hundreds of videos on how I found this shit out. This is what I like doing. This is what I wanted to spend my life on. Yeah, I thought I'd be a game designer and stuff. I like telling my story. I like good vibes, good cool stuff. But then when I'm online, they force politics down my throat, and I'm just like, hey, I don't think hacks should be banned. And now they're labeling me and forcing politics down my throat, and it's like, Jesus Christ. You know, when I wanted to be best in the world as a fucking teenager, I didn't know that it would lead to this 20 years later. Just because I wanted to speak out for my friend, or because I have my own opinion that some people like and some people don't like. But because I have a lot of followers, and I don't know, I'm weird. I guess people target me a lot. I don't know. It's just very frustrating. It's really fucking frustrating. Don't get me started on how long this took.
An overwhelmingly negative response from almost every corner of the community actually gave me a little hope. For the first time ever, it seemed like Hacks had the majority of the community on his side, and I felt like all Hacks had to do was ride this newfound...
You want to see the GX notes? Alright, here. I'm just gonna link you in chat. I'll link you in both chats, so make sure to save these links. There's the links in chat. Both chats, YouTube chat and Twitch chat. Make sure to follow both my YouTube and Twitch, by the way. What was I gonna say? I already reacted to, if you wanted to see, my YouTube, if you wanted to see my thoughts on the technicals video, I go over it here, from 4 days ago. Forget what else I was gonna say. If you want to support me, read this. If you could do the factor here, I'm gonna post the Google Doc. This is, I don't have the subscriber member thing on YouTube right now. So if you want to help me, just check this stuff out. Read the first page or two. Yeah, read the first page or two. I don't want to spend all the time here. Just read that. If you care about helping me, just read that, I guess. I'm gonna go back to the video. I don't want to waste all your time. Thank you, Nice Mitch, for the prime.
Maybe, just maybe, the TOs will finally be willing to reconsider their stances. On January 28th, just a few days after NYC Melee's statement, Hacks finally did it. He posted the one video I had been telling him not to post from the very beginning. No, I did not sign off on him posting this video, as he never even ran it by me in the first place. I was, and still am, furious that this video was released. I not only complained about it on Twitter several times, but also did a live stream showcasing my displeasure. This was the moment that I felt truly killed any chance of Hacks' reintegration back into the Melee scene. At least with NYC's decision, there was loads of public backlash and community-wide support for Hacks. This new video was indefensible, and at this point, I felt there was nothing else I could do to help Hacks. A few days indefensible, and at this point, I felt there was nothing.
You see, right here, this is the wrong option by Mango.
This new video.
This forward tilt was fine. That's fine. It gets him off stage. And this is fine too. But Mango should be doing a short hop right here. And if he does a short hop, then he can simply react to the CRT audio, which is very easy to react to, unlike Slippy. And if you hear the audio cue of the side B, you're already in a position to hit the double jump fair. But if they are not doing a side B, you just press the fair. And in both situations, Fox either dies or at least gets hit, even with good DI. So doing this only worked out, but that wouldn't have cut. This would not have covered it up B.
There's nothing else I could do to help Hacks. A few days later, those same TOs that never truly unbanned him in the first place released a statement officially permanently banning Hacks from the community. The next few months were rough, to say the least. Hacks' mental state was rapidly beginning to deteriorate.
I've tried to help Hacks so many times to convince him that life wasn't just Melee, and that like he already has a stream that supports him and he can do whatever he wants, but he would just never listen to me.
As he slowly began to realize that his career in Melee was as good as dead. But rather than move on to something else in life, Hacks still remained laser focused on trying to overturn the TO's
Custom Robo? No, but I might play it again.
decision at all costs.
Yeah, no, short hop off from that spot.
We tried to tell him that the situation, largely due to his most recent video, was beyond cooked. At the very least, if he was still going to appeal his ban, he shouldn't bank on it, and should instead focus on building a life for himself outside of Melee. But he wasn't interested in that, and remained committed to returning to the game. Hacks
his mark sucks.
released a few more videos and statements over the
God, I'm actually distracted. I'm genuinely distracted. I did it at first as a joke, but I actually get distracted by gameplay. I'm gonna go back and focus on what he's saying.
but also did a live stream showcasing my displeasure. This was the moment that I felt truly killed any chance of Hacks' reintegration back into the Melee scene. At least with NYC's decision, there was loads of public backlash and community-wide support for Hacks. This new video
Yeah, I agree, Liquid.
And at this point, I felt there was nothing else I could do to help Hacks. A few days later, those same TOs that never truly unbanned him in the first place released.
Dude, my brain is so focused on. Dude, whenever I see Smash gameplay, my brain immediately goes into analyze mode. I don't even try to do it. It's just like ingrained into me, as a coach and as a competitor. As both a coach and competitor, for both of those reasons, it's just ingrained into me, like automatic, like autopilot. Like I can't just turn it off. It's so hard.
It's a statement officially permanently banning Hacks from the community. The next few months were rough, to say the least. Hacks' mental state was rapidly beginning to deteriorate as he slowly began to realize that his career in Melee was as good as dead. But rather than move on to something else in life, Hacks still remained laser focused on trying to overturn the TO's decision at all costs. We tried to tell him that the situation, largely due to his most recent video, was beyond cooked. At the very least, if he was still going to appeal his ban, he shouldn't bank on it, and should instead focus on building a life for himself outside of Melee. But he wasn't interested in that, and remained committed to returning to the game. Hacks released a few more videos and statements over the ensuing months, and they all seemed okay, until on May 24th, Mikey would release yet another statement basically confirming that Hacks wasn't going to get was a line where Mikey said that Hacks was defending his original claims against Leffen when speaking with TOs privately. At first, I didn't believe this to be true, as I thought Hacks had learned his lesson after everything that had happened up to that point. But then that same day, Julia posted screenshots confirming that Hacks was, in fact, standing by everything he said in his original video. When you remember that NYC said that they weren't considering further appeals on their decision, the fact that Hacks was even talking to Julia about his ban at all was a miracle and opportunity I could have never imagined. And once again, he blew it like a complete idiot for no reason. Every time I thought the situation couldn't get any worse, it somehow did. And then when I asked Hacks about it, he said, "I'm recording a video right now to try to argue against it." As if there was anything left to argue. Even after everything that had happened over the past 4 months, he was still completely oblivious and still felt that the situation could be salvaged. A few days later, Dark Gen X, with Hacks' permission, released a document discussing just how dire Hacks' situation truly was. While many of these things had been known behind the scenes, this was the first time this information had been made public. Gen X revealed that Hacks had been diagnosed with bipolar disorder, was having genuine suicidal thoughts due to his over-reliance on Melee for his mental health and income, and had been placed in and released from a psychiatric hospital twice. Hacks has spent the last 19 years of his life dedicating virtually his entire life to playing the game. He does not have friends outside of the community who he talks to regularly. All of his end goals regarding self-improvement are tied to his wishing to return to the Melee scene. His financial situation is also tied with the game. He's not worked a job outside of bots and earnings from being a top player. And
I actually never had a job in my life either, although it's not because I didn't try. In the year 2011 and 2012, I tried to get a job. I couldn't. I couldn't get a job even though I tried. Because, no matter what I did, like, I would sign up. I would, like, they never even got back for the interview. So, I don't know why. Some people say it's because of autism or something. Maybe it's because I had no work experience. But I tried when I lived with my mom in 2011 and 12, before I had a Twitch, I couldn't get a job. Not that I wanted that. Like, it worked out that, you know, it worked out fine that I didn't have to. But, I was actually never called, even for minimum wage jobs. I couldn't even get a minimum wage job back then. I wouldn't be surprised if that happened to Hax too, but Hax also didn't want to. He believed his whole life was Melee. The only thing he wanted in life to be happy. Not only for money, but also to feel like he has any worth at all as a person or happiness. In everything was Melee. As a job, as a career, as a passion, literally any and everything. His identity. He didn't even want a life besides Melee. In fact, when we spoke a few months ago, last year, like less than a year ago, we were speaking, and when he told me that like one of the Genesis guys, I think Sheridan, wanted to keep him banned for life. Like Sheridan said that his opinion was to keep him banned for life. When I told Hax had me message him then. When he told me that, I told Hax that yeah, this is this guy's opinion, his stance on it. Hax said his life is over. He told me that his life is over. And I think this was around the same time as the train incident. I think it was before. I think that conversation probably was one of the catalysts for that. But I mean, if I had known he was gonna do that right after this, I would have just not done it. You know, but I was just trying to help him. And he really wanted me to be messenger boy. He really wanted me to be the messenger boy because he really needed to know certain stuff. He even has some show screenshots and stuff to make sure like he knows for sure. He literally said his life is over. That's how much he cared about Melee. I tried to tell him there was more to life than Smash, and that he already has like a Twitch that supports him and stuff, and like his Twitch and YouTube already supports him. So like, this is a lot better than focusing on like these little tournaments that that's not gonna pay your bills forever, dude. You know. So you should, I think, focusing on like Twitch and YouTube is the play. You know, and that's what I want to do. I want to focus on Twitch and YouTube. I really want to focus on Twitch and YouTube. Like, I told Hax, like, you don't have to just do, you could stream Melee, you could do fun things, you could post fun videos, you could literally play Banjo-Kazooie, we could hang out in person when I move back, and all this other stuff. Because I live in New Jersey, in South Jersey, like 2-hour ride away. I was planning to go over his house more often. I was planning on doing, like, a lot of that stuff. But yeah. This is really sad that he didn't see more to life. You see, for me, I've done probably more Smash than anybody. Like, just to show you, this is just what's documented. Let me just to show you. This is just the documented stuff. There's a lot more than this. I'm probably #1 by far. Like, I wouldn't be surprised if I had 1,000. It's just that this is the documented stuff says 619. Even though it's way more than that. Well, the point is, I've been to a lot of shit for a long time, but I see more to life than just tournaments. You know. I see a lot more to life than just tournaments. And I tried to tell him that there's more to life than tournaments. And I would know more than anybody. I would know, right? But I couldn't change his mind. I tried really hard to change his mind. I couldn't change his mind. At least I tried, though. Now, I was in Cinnaminson. It was like near Philadelphia, near the bridge to Philadelphia.
Does live with his family and is subsidized to some degree. Without his share of income, which he used to get from events, his family cannot afford
Thank
it.
you, Austin.
For the last 19 years, his finances, social life, values, and thus his mental stability are all tied with Melee. Melee is all he knows, and it is all he has.
Okay, so I forgot to put this part in the script, so I'll just add this in right now. Remember that moderator Orez from earlier that told Hax to make the Leffen and Jisoo video? Well, in April, I learned that he decided it'd be really funny to troll Hax and pretend that he was a double agent paid off by Leffen to keep Hax banned. Dark Genix also brought this up in his document as well, and believes that this was a huge reason for Hax's second hospitalization. And more recently, I found out that it wasn't just Orez, but an entire group chat of people trolling and making fun of Hax throughout the entire situation.
This group chat, bro, group chat is so... Group chat is so fucked. Yeah, they're probably gonna report my shit too. Group chat is so fucked. It's actually the most evil thing. It's one of the most evil things I've ever seen in my life. I can't say it's the most evil thing because I just watched a video on what they used to do in the Roman time, in the medieval times, and how they used to torture people and stuff, because it just got on my feed, and like all the stuff these people did to conquer each other. And so I can't say it's the most evil thing because I watched a video of that recently. But in Smash, that's the most evil thing I've seen.
Had an entire segment about them in his video, so go check that out if you want to learn more. But yeah, after convincing him to make the one video that completely ruined any chances of him getting unbanned, they then proceeded to mock and...
Sniper, shut the fuck up. You know, I actually might go to Smash Factor. It's funny you said it. I actually might go to Smash Factor. Because I just like the community there. I don't know if I'm going to enter or not. Maybe like a 50-50 chance if I enter, or... I don't know what I'm going to enter between Melee, Ultimate, Singles, Doubles. But I was thinking of going there just because I've always liked the Mexico scene. That's the one scene that I'll say has always consistently been like top tier. Like every time they're always top tier. Like everybody.
Hacks in the most vile ways possible, resulting in yet another hospital.
I went to Viva La Smash. No. I went to Smash Factor 1, Smash Factor 2, Smash Factor 4, Smash Factor 5, and Viva La Smash. I was recording when I literally won a bunch of events in Smash Factor 1 and 2, and then I think some other ones. I recorded MK Leo. I was streaming the tourney where MK Leo beat Mr. R, and the first time he was there. I've hung out there for like a week, like at a time. Every single time I go there, I hang out for like a week. And Viva La Smash, in addition. I've been there 5 times, and I might go a 6th time. I'm like 50-50 on going again. What is encouraging? Dude, it's like, first off, people are so mean in Smash that, especially in Melee, that I'm like, I don't know about retiring, unretiring. But on the flip side, I really like Smash, but I'm not as good as I used to be. And switching between Ultimate and Melee is really hard. I'm not as good as I was at Melee in 2018. And I'm not talking relatively. I mean, my best ever was better than me right now, because I remember, like, I was more used to, like, how to be at my peak. Right now, I'm a little rusty. Now, I could get it back, but, I just feel like there's so much pressure and expectations, and it's very hard for me to just play for fun, knowing that this is all on my back. That's why I don't enter, and I just stream. Because if I don't make the game my life, I'm not gonna be good enough. But it's that lifestyle of like those stress and expectations was one I wanted to not have to deal with. It really fucking sucks to think about that all the time. The next Smash game I'm playing a lot, but yeah.
This was the first time people truly...
And while we're at it, since we're talking about what I'm going to do, I'm going to be streaming Melee and Ultimate on Twitch and YouTube, especially Twitch, but both maybe, from now until the 30th, or now until the 29th, and then the new Elden Ring game comes out, and then I'm going to be streaming the Elden Ring, the Night Rain or whatever it's called, for the next 6 days to try to beat it before Switch 2 comes out, and then the Switch 2, I'm going to be playing Switch 2 games, like Mario Kart and whatever games. Though that's my immediate plans.
Understood the gravity of the situation. Now more than ever did Hax need our
Laws
help,
of Power? No, I don't know.
At the same time, it seemed like there was nothing left we could do to help him. Of course, I, and many others, knew that the real solution to the problem was to unban Hax, because the ban was stupid to begin with.
Wait. That is funny. What if I went to Smash Factor if I got 100 Factor signups? What if I did 100 Factor signups to go to Smash Factor? Would people actually do that? That'd be funny. 100 Factor for Smash Factor. Because it's coincidentally called Factor. Maybe I should do that. I have like 25 days left to get like 98 signups. I don't think I'm gonna get 98 signups though. I'll do it for sure. Like zero question. I'll buy my own plane ticket if I have to. I don't care.
But considering all the self-sabotaging Hax had done over the past few months, it had become increasingly difficult for me to continue to advocate for an unban. In fact, many people took this new information to further their idea that allowing Hax back at events would only cause more damage. On May 31st, 2024, Technicals would post his highly anticipated video titled The Victims of Leffen, where he covered many of Leffen's controversies over the years and advocated for Hax's return to the Melee community. Considering I was just featured on his Smash World Tour vid for Hax's return to the Melee, where he covered many
Hungrybox deserve better, bro. Hungrybox deserve better.
of Leffen's controversies over the years and advocated for Hax's
This isn't even true at all.
return to the Melee community. Considering I was just featured on his Smash World Tour video, it would only make sense that I would also be featured in this one as well, right? Well, actually, he did offer me the chance to collab, but because I felt the situation was beyond cooked, I declined the offer. At the time, I felt any attempt to try to get Hax unbanned would go down in vain, and while I certainly supported Tech's video and wanted to see an unban for Hax, my support was ultimately from a distance, as I felt too emotionally drained from the past few months to get involved outside of making a now indefinitely postponed Frame 1 video. As for Tech's video, just like every other video on the subject, while well received by those who watched it, failed to really change the minds of community leadership. However, it did stir up quite the community discourse. The day after Tech posted his video, Leffen decided to crawl out of his cave and address the video, accusing Tech of using people who are suicidal for a quick AdSense buck. I don't know if you know this, Big Lef, but you're one of the primary reasons he's suicidal. Also, let's not pretend that Leffen has ever cared about Hax's mental health at any point in his career. This is the same guy who leaked Hax's insomnia to the public, somehow claimed victim status in the situation, and then mentioned it again just a couple years later. And yes, the TOs do explicitly defend Leffen for this, but I digress. Literally all Leffen had to do was show some level of forgiveness towards Hax, and they could have gone back to playing Melee. Instead,
Yep, this is the biggest part, and this is what I was talking about in my other video. Here. This is where I talked about in my other video. Let's go to YouTube. So if you haven't seen it, I literally talk about this exact topic right here. Where, if it's a 22-minute video, where I'm basically saying, okay, I'm gonna forgive Leffen. We should all forgive each other. Positivity, blah, 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 all that bullshit, right? Well, I didn't think of it as bullshit, though. I was actually trying to do, like, a positive thing. That's what I tried to do. And they tried to break it. They tried to make it like a negative thing. Yeah. But after I made this video, I saw Hax begging on tweets constantly for his unban. And then Leffen just stayed silent. Nobody did anything. It would have taken one tweet by Leffen to get him unbanned. And Leffen knew that, probably. And he didn't do anything. He didn't even try. I don't believe Leffen is that stupid. I just believe he's that evil.
he had to keep up this facade that his life was perpetually in danger because Hax was just that much of a threat to his, and now apparently his entire family's safety. And you want to know what's ironic about that? Greg Turbo, who was also mentioned in Tech's video, responded by releasing 300 pages worth of depositions from his lawsuit with Hax. These depositions were previously not publicly available, and within the first few pages contained Hax's home address. Guess who?
Oh yeah, they also doxed him. Never forget, they tried to dox him. Do not forget about the dox. This was terrible. Unforgivably terrible. You don't just dox somebody.
Boosted it.
And then then they just claim ignorance.
Mikey,
yeah, okay.
Julia, Leffen, all of them. And when it was discovered that Hax had been doxxed, rather than acknowledge that they messed up, they all tried to lie and say that it wasn't actually Hax's address, and then privated their accounts. And still, to this day, none of them have taken any accountability for this situation, and Greg has faced no consequences for posting Hax's address. Keep in mind, these are the exact same people who were—
They get no consequences. They'll try to demonize me, but these guys will get no consequences after all this shit.
Complaining about harassment and death threats caused by Hax's apologies. Yet when they signal boost Hax's home address, suddenly they're allowed to lie and downplay the severity of the situation. And this might just be a coincidence, but you'll never guess what happened just a few days later. Hax got hospitalized yet again. The next time I spoke to Tech after his video went live, he was pretty irritated. He told me that he finally understood why I didn't feel like getting involved anymore with the Hacks case. He said that Hacks was completely ungrateful for the video, and how it was almost impossible to help Hacks, because Hacks always knows what's best, and you have no clue what you're talking about. And I responded with, yeah, I know. One thing I distinctly remember from my conversation with Tech was that Hacks claimed that Tech's new video burned the bridge between him and Julia. Keep in mind that Tech's video came out after Julia had already blocked Hacks. The fact that Hacks believed that only now the bridge had been burned once again goes to show how oblivious he was to the situation he was in and the impact his actions had in sabotaging himself. And worst of all, this wouldn't stop. Throughout the rest of the month, Hacks decided to take matters into his own hands and did a lot of inappropriate things in an attempt to appeal his ban. I don't know the full extent of what he did, and I think this is the time when Julia accused him of stalking, but I do know that at one point he tried to show up to the nightclub venue to discuss an unban. While I understand that he was getting desperate, and he also claimed that he got permission before he entered the venue, again, when just 1 month ago the head TO of NYC Melee had publicly stated that they blocked you, it's probably not the best idea to show up in person to make your appeal. Again, this is just one of the many things he did around this time, and I'd imagine that his actions further muddied any chances of an unban. The following month, the Mexican tournament series Smash Factor, one of the few events that actually allowed Hacks to compete in 2023, chose not to follow the other organizers in banning Hacks in 2024. Instead, they ran a Facebook poll asking whether or not they should allow Hacks, and the results were overwhelmingly in favor of allowing Hacks to compete. Going into the event, I had my concerns that Hacks would somehow find a way to mess this up and give the community yet another reason to keep him banned, but to my surprise, he didn't. It actually went extremely well, and it seemed like everyone who went had positive things to say.
What I can say is that when it came to S Factor, he went to the event, he competed, it was fine. Nothing happened, and it was fine. But of course, since this is the Smash community, this event couldn't escape being controversial. Some people really hated that a major Smash tournament made their own decision, and didn't consult the American TOs for
How dare a major tournament make their own decision? How dare they not go with the masses? How dare they?
their opinion. This event couldn't escape being controversial. Some people really hated that a major Smash tournament made their own decision, and didn't consult the American TOs for their opinion to make a more informed decision. Melee Stats chose to avoid mentioning that the tournament was happening on their blog.
Good old Reddit, not gonna mention any tournament that have hacks.
And Jackzilla even went as far as to compare Hacks' actions to transphobia and soliciting a minor. I need you guys to understand. This is the level of vitriol that some people had when it came to the Hacks case, and anyone who stepped out of line. This is also why when I
Don't
was
you dare
told
step
that
out of
the
line.
TOs pressuring other organizers to keep Hacks banned from their events, I 100% believe it. They unironically tried to argue that Hacks was an evil threat to the community that needed to be avoided at all costs when, as seen by his attendance at Smash Factor that weekend, that was clearly not the case. All Hacks wanted to do was play the game he loved with the community he once called home. Nothing more, nothing less. And every time he was given that opportunity, he did not disappoint. And luckily, Smash Factor was no exception. So after everything that had transpired that year, I felt that this tournament would be a turning point and help swing the pendulum back in Hacks' favor. A month after Smash Factor 11, on August 18th, Hacks posted an incredibly concerning tweet where it seemed like he was, in simplest
Yeah, they were good
terms,
days.
saying goodbye. Several days passed, and still nobody had heard anything from Hacks until on August 28th, I got a message from someone saying, I have contact with him. He is safe. Things are not good, but he is safe. Well, I was at least relieved that he was still alive. I still had no clue what things are not good entailed.
I hit him up 2 days ago because I was feeling the same way. He said that he tried to commit suicide and that it was really fucking bad. And I tried to talk to him more and he has not responded. I'm scared. I'm actually scared.
It was later revealed that on August 20th, Hacks had attempted to jump in front of a train.
I learned about this a month later, or at very least weeks later. I learned about this part weeks after it happened. You took my advice? What advice I give you? You said it really helped you?
While by some miracle he had survived, he had to get one of his legs amputated below the knee.
This is so fucked up. Smash community did this to hacks. Smash community did this to hacks.
And that's just your chest socket. That's just your chest disease. No, you look good, Aziz. You don't even look like you have a prosthetic on.
The one thing that everyone feared would
It's so different than actually seeing it. Well, the section's over like right now, Sniper. It was only a 1 minute segment. This was a 5-minute vid of him that his mom sent me. Oh, okay. Dude, actually seeing it is fucked up. Actually seeing it is messed up. Oh man, I could have prevented this shit, dude. If only I was in America. If I was just living in New Jersey last year, I could have visited him. But I was out of the country last year. And I couldn't do anything. And if only I unretired. I could have unretired. If I unretired under the idea that he gets unbanned, I might have been able to use that pressure to pressure TOs to unban him, because they would have wanted their attendance to rise, or the viewership to rise, by me being at the event. Because you know that'll increase it, obviously, to be honest. Oh, man. Oh. Shit, I could have done things differently. Yeah, look, I know it's not guaranteed to work. I'm in Florida right now with my dad, guys. Just so you understand, I've been in Florida since December 3rd of this year. I was out of the country for most of 2023. And now I'm back in America, and I don't know where I'm gonna go next, because I am staying with my dad now, but my dad made it very clear to me that this is a temporary stay, which means I doubt I'll be here for even till the end of the year. I might have to go home to like New Jersey or move somewhere else, but I don't know where to move. But that's a different topic, but it's something I have to think about, because this is a temporary stay, because I didn't have anywhere else. And I used to be paying $3,000 a month in rent in like 2023 and 2022. And just in rent, by the way, just in rent. That's not including other expenses. That's just the rent part of my expenses. Yeah, it was really bad. And so obviously I'm not doing that anymore. So now it's like, where am I going next? Yeah, I used to have my own place, but it was too much. I don't know. I haven't decided, but I have to make a decision over the next few months. What I'm doing over the next few months. Probably. I mean, my dad's not gonna, like, kick me out. Like, he's not, like, a bad person. He's not gonna kick me out. But he did make it clear to me a long time. He did make it clear to me months ago that this is a temporary stay, not a permanent stay.
Happened had come to fruition, and yet when this news finally hit the top.
Oh no, sorry. I was out of the country 2024.
A moment to self-reflect.
I said 2023 by accident. I was in Florida 2020.
Just wanted to tweet out their thoughts and prayers and leave it at that. There was no introspection, and anyone who tried to bring up the fact that this could have easily been prevented was immediately cast as trying to use this for their agenda or whatever.
Love me, thank you.
It kind of scared Hacks, to say the least, and kind of gave him a new outlook on things. He started streaming regularly on Twitch, offering lessons to other players, and even got in contact with the newly formed conduct panel in the community to try and see if he could get unbanned. In fact, after talking behind the scenes, I learned that by March of this year, the new conduct panel was about 60% of the way towards signing off for Hacks to attend events again. And on top of that, a new local had been created in NYC, and they allowed Hacks to attend. For the first time in a long time, it seemed like things were finally trending upwards for Hacks again.
This is new year. I'm looking forward to good things, man. I think the bad stuff is in the past, and I'm just ready to be the version of myself that the community wants, knew, and loved. I'm looking forward to it, guys. It's gonna be a good year.
So yeah, I got a last word.
What's up?
Let's just play the goddamn game. That's alright. Let's play the game.
That sounds good to me. That sounds good
play
to me.
the game. Alright? Let's stop this bullshit, please. Let's stop it. So that being said, this your boy West. I'm out.
basically the entire timeline from the beginning until now. The situation lasted almost 4 years, and not only was this literally the worst possible outcome we could have gotten, but anyone with half a brain knew that this was easily avoidable. Hax's ban, while maybe well-intentioned from the start, had been completely and utterly mishandled on so many levels throughout the years, and was ultimately the main catalyst for where we are today. I strongly believe that if we had only banned hacks for like a couple months in 2021, we would be living in a much better timeline than where we are today. And this is something that many people discussing the situation fail to engage with. Much of the focus regarding this case immediately shifts to 2024 and everything bad that Hacks did that year. But every action Hacks took last year, while I don't defend or support and even publicly criticize at times, was made in effort to overturn the ban. Hacks didn't have the tools to dig himself out of the hole he was in and ended up digging himself deeper and deeper until the situation was cooked, but it was ultimately the TO's fault for throwing him in a hole to begin with. If more TOs were willing to unban Hacks in 2023, we would have never been in this situation. If NYC Melee didn't permanently ban Hacks for a completely bogus reason in 2024, we would have never been in this situation. If everyone had even an ounce of mercy, compassion, or empathy, we would have never been in this situation. The fact that after serving 2.5 years of time, there was still a ban to appeal at all is a huge problem that everyone just seems to overlook. And this is why I believe the TOs should be held partially responsible for where we are today. Now, it may sound like I'm using the term TOs to refer to all of them as a monolith, and I think it's important to remember that there were plenty of TOs who wanted to help Hacks and were considering an unban. Not every TO was out to get Hacks, and I don't want to equate them with the ones that were. But unless you actually went through with unbanning Hacks, are you really any different from the ones who wanted to keep him banned at all costs? Because realistically, what's the difference between a TO who refused to unban Hacks and a TO who wanted to, but didn't? Both are deserving of criticism, it's just that some deserve more criticism than others. Also,
Exactly.
I'm not gonna give you guys credit because you just...
A lot of people here are the bad guys, in my opinion at least, but not equally. It can be acknowledged that some people should be held accountable, or that some people did bad stuff, but it doesn't mean they should be viewed on equal scaling. Some bad is worse than other bad, you know? That's the way. It's important to think that all bads are not equal, you know?
Discuss the ban over 2 years after you issued it. The only TOs who truly deserve credit here are those who actually stepped up to the plate and unbanned Hacks from their events. For example, even though I still 1000% stand by everything I said in my videos criticizing them, I still think someone who deserves far more praise in this situation is Gimmer and VGBC, because when they hosted their final Melee Xanadu ever, even after everything that had happened that year, and even in the face of all the social pressure, Gimmer allowed Hacks to play because it was the right thing to do, and for that, I will forever be grateful. Another common argument I saw after the permaban was, why couldn't he just move on from Smash and do something else? There's more to life than playing a Nintendo party game. Well, you aren't wrong. I genuinely want you to put yourself in Hacks' shoes for a moment. Hacks had been a part of this community for most of his life. All of his friends were in this community, and he even had a company in this community. Melee was everything to him. When he injured his hand and was told he would have to stop playing, rather than move on to something else in life, he created his own special controller that allowed him and others like him to continue to play the game he loved dearly. I think it's fair to say that Hacks loved Melee more than anyone else in this community. Melee was his biggest passion in life, and to have the thing you're most passionate about ripped away from you for all those years would drive anyone insane, and it most certainly took its toll on Hacks, especially when you remember that Hacks had also spent the past 2 years groveling at the feet of the community and begging for forgiveness, only for that same community he loved and gave everything he had to reject him. I think it shouldn't come as a surprise that Hacks started to become desperate in 2024. Now obviously, if getting banned from a grassroots competitive gaming community completely upends your life the way it did for Hacks, there's a serious issue with the way you're living your life, and it could easily be argued that Hacks' passion for Melee bordered on being an unhealthy obsession. But pretending that unbanning Hacks was only a band-aid solution to a deeper issue, while not entirely wrong, implies that A, the band played no role in Hax's mental decline, and B, the band was perfectly fair and not mishandled in any way by all the TOs who imposed it. But I think we can all agree that neither of those were the case. So when people tried to tell Hax to touch grass and to move on, every time he tried to appeal his permaban in 2020...
Dude, they kept attacking him all the time. They would actually attack him. Wait, be right back 1 second. They attacked him. He made tweets like this all the time. Ugh. So fucked up. 1 minute, BRB. I'm back.
24, Hax shouldn't have been forced to move on to begin with. Also, considering that he's literally dead now,
Yeah, he shouldn't have had to move on to begin with is the thing.
I think unbanning him from events would have been a lot more than just a band-aid solution. Like seriously, what did the community have to lose by unbanning him? A random guy in Sweden would be really upset? No one, not even the TOs, actually thought Hax was a threat to anyone. And when Hax was allowed to attend events, everyone had great things to say about him. It wouldn't have cost us anything to unban him. It was never that deep to begin with, but it only became a serious issue because for years the TOs were unwilling to compromise and show any semblance of forgiveness. There's actually a video by our great friend Mikey which illustrates my point perfectly. He mentions how he's a consequentialist, meaning that he believes that the consequences of one's actions are ultimately more important than the intentions behind those actions. And while I certainly agree that the consequences are the most important thing, to act like intentions don't matter at all when assessing the morality and severity of someone's actions is just insane. In our legal system, there is a difference between first-degree murder, second-degree murder, manslaughter, self-defense. They all fall under the same umbrella of
Why do I stream
homicide.
this late? Because I'm an owl. I'm an owl. Wait, what's the psychic Pokemon? There's an owl I'm thinking. Oh, Zadu? It's called Zadu. I love Zadu. Wait, is he an owl? Wait, was he is knocked out? Wait, is Zadu an owl? I don't remember. Zadu, this is one of my favorite Pokemon. He looks so cool. Look how cool he looks. I always thought he was a sick Pokemon. He's such like neat design. As cool as to say for other owls, dude. I don't know. I'm always streaming at DGen hours. For those that don't know, I do DGen hours very often. Like DGen hours is very common for me. Like those long overnight streams. This is actually pretty common for me. You know why I do it? There's actually a strategic reason. One, nobody else is doing it this time, so it's an audience that, like, you know, they need something to see, but everyone's competing over the same time slot, right? But for me, I'm just like, let's just compete over this other time slot, right? I mean, there's no competition, right? And the other thing is, a lot of people, I have a lot of friends in Smash, and a lot of time they raid me randomly. Not every time, but sometimes, right? So that gives me a boost as well. So less competition and the random raid boost. And then that's two different reasons that incur. But if I'm streaming at the same time as everyone else, you don't get any of those boosts. You just compete with the whole world and there's no boost. So I realized over time, like, why don't I just go overnight? It just makes sense. You know? Now, I'm not saying it's going to be the same every day. I'm just saying this makes sense for me. You know? Yeah, it's also really good for Europe.
But we don't punish all of them equally, even though the outcomes are the exact same.
You can also watch the the Twitch and YouTube patch broadcast if you want to see a streaming list, obviously.
In the Hacks case, however, there was a callous disregard for Hacks' intentions when it came to determining a punishment. In almost every statement on the topic, you can see T.O. saying things like, whether intentional or not, or while his intent may not have been malicious.
Intention is so important, though. Intention is so important. You can't just act like it's not.
It's like, whether intent...
It is so important to consider intention.
Intentional or not, or while his intent may not have been malicious, as if the intent behind his actions shouldn't be taken into account whatsoever.
Of course intent matters.
Event organizers have every legal right to deny someone entry from their events, for whatever reason they feel is valid. But you can't be so punitive with your own community and then act upset and surprised when that same community thinks you're power tripping. In the case of NYC Melee, they went from giving Hacks warnings to giving him the harshest punishment they possibly could over the most inconsequential video imaginable. Why should I, or anyone, believe that you weren't either actively looking for a reason to ban Hacks or pressured by outside influences to make the decision? Even back when you unbanned him, it still came with a bunch of dumb clauses like, you can't talk about your ban publicly, or you can't ask to rejoin the organizing group for the tournament series you created. How is this not an insane overreach of their power? I think it's important to bring this up because it's stuff like this that creates a lack of trust between the community and its leaders. And don't even get me started on the people who want to talk about how sad this is, but refuse to do the most basic self-reflection on how they may have played a part in Hacks' demise. I see people like Slime trying to tell others that they never cared about Hacks. And genuinely, how dare you pretend that you of all people are in any position to lecture anyone about Hacks' mental state? Similarly, people like Chroma will openly mock and ridicule Hacks while spreading his docs, and then in the exact same breath, turn around and remind us that it is, in fact, us that are not taking Hacks' mental health seriously. Then after Hacks dies, I have to see the opinions of this guy who will acknowledge that he never spoke to or interacted with Hacks in any way, shape, or form, yet somehow believes that he is the only person in the community who is injecting any sort of nuance into the situation by reducing it down to, it's nobody's fault. Have you ever considered for a second that it was actually you who was part of the problem and not the people who tried to support and advocate for Hacks? Next, I want to address the top players and figureheads who either did nothing at all or could have done and said much more when this situation was still ongoing. This is where I'm a bit more conflicted, because while I'd rather direct any sort of anger at the people who actively hurt Hacks and kept him banned, there's still something to be said about the immense fear our community leaders exhibited when it came to discussing this case publicly.
Before I let you out of here, though, one last thing. Can I get a free Hacks?
Oh my god.
I'm kidding. Get out of here. I'm not trying to get you. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
And what's ironic is that we all love to make fun of Hacks for comparing this community to 20th century totalitarian regimes, yet one of the biggest reasons for why people chose not to speak up for Hacks, or why TOs refrained from allowing Hacks at their events, was the social pressure associated with going against the status quo.
You know, people saw him as the boogeyman. You would get ostracized for allowing him in your events. You would get harassed for speaking to him or defending him. This community made it so difficult for progress to actually happen because we fucking self-cannibalize, like I said.
And while I do appreciate that some people decided to advocate for Hacks privately, why did everything have to happen in private? What's wrong with trying to spark public discourse on
Exactly.
the subject? I already know what the answer is. It's that this community is super toxic when it comes to this situation in particular, and discussing it publicly leads to harassment against left and new TOs. If you remember from earlier, this is the reason why NYC Melee wanted Hacks to stop posting about his ban, regardless of his intentions. It's also part of the reason why people like me are so thoroughly frowned upon in this community every time we try to speak up about a certain topic or issue. In their eyes, I'm just a drama YouTuber who feeds into the toxicity and makes everyone's lives miserable in the process. I need to say this, and this is 100% a whataboutism, but can we at least acknowledge the selective outrage in this community when it comes to harassment? When the whole Smash World Tour situation was going down, both communities, Melee and Ultimate, in unison, waged a massive civil war against Panda Global and Dr. Allen, leading to not only historic levels of harassment in the community, but also the complete collapse of Panda as an organization. And it didn't just negatively impact people in the community. Panda had several members who had absolutely nothing to do with
Dude, this was so sad. This shit was so sad. Losing, you know, I went to Viva La Smash and DreamHack in order to qualify. I won Viva La Smash. I actually 6-0'd far. I did really good at that. And I was supposed to win DreamHack, but I got third because I choked. But still, I got some qualification points for Smash World Tour and Viva La Smash, right? But then I was gonna go there to qualify. I was gonna buy my flight to either Smash World Tour or the Panda Cup event. It was like, I think it was around December. It was either November or December. I think it was, and I was gonna qualify, and then they both got canceled just before I bought my flight. I was like, oh, damn. Thank you, Joe2Go, for the $10. It's not your fault. You stood up for hacks. I understand that Yo internalized of I could have done more. Even when people spoke out against the mob kept bullying. We saw your efforts enough. Thank you. I appreciate it, but I still feel like I should have did more. But yeah. Yeah, this whole thing is really sad. I don't think Panda and VGBC should have went. I don't think everything should have went down like this. It's so sad.
Who were affected by this as well. Obviously, Leffen and the TOs have received a ton of uncalled for harassment over the years, especially in the wake of Hax's death. But what they've received is still peanuts compared to what Panda players and employees had to deal with, almost all of which had nothing to do with the situation. Yet only one instance of harassment became the forefront of the conversation and completely overshadowed any other concerns being expressed at the time. With Panda, there was no, why couldn't all of this be handled privately? Every single grievance was going to be aired out publicly. Everyone even lightly associated with the org was going to get caught in the crossfire.
Every day, I was getting multiple, I was getting DMs, I was getting messages, I was getting replies to that, I was getting added, like, what's your stance? How dare you support Panda? What is wrong with you? Why are you doing this? What do you feel like you're terrible, blah, blah, blah.
And this was somehow a net positive for the community. Yes, this is the same Edwin Budding from before. But for the Hacks case, if you even dared to speak about the case publicly, you were somehow part of the problem. And this is just one example of the community picking and choosing when they care about harassment. Like seriously, and I really don't want to say this, but imagine if something were to happen to Leffen at a tournament. People like me, Hacks, Technicals, we wouldn't hear the end of it. We would forever be known as the people who incited a terrorist attack on the Super Smash Bros. Competitive gaming community. And yet, when Leffen fuels a mass harassment campaign against Hungary...
Leffen never should have did this shit, bro. This was fucked up. To make a video called this is fucked up, dude. I don't know why Leffen didn't get punished for this. Leffen should have got punished for this shit. Leffen should have got punished for this. This is no different than what Hacks... This is literally comparable to what Hacks did, just in a shorter video. But I don't see Leffen getting permabanned, or anything close to it.
Hungrybox that leads to Hungrybox getting assaulted and fueled...
Bro, he has fucking devil... He has devil horns. He has devil horns. How you... There's no other way to look at this. There's no other way to look at this. This was literally the same thing. What Leffen did to Hacks is the same thing Hacks did to Leffen. Except I don't think Leffen ever apologized for it.
Mass harassment campaign against Hungrybox that leads to Hungrybox getting assaulted at an event. Suddenly, it's nobody's fault, and Hacks is schizophrenic to even think that Leffen could have played a role in it. Speaking of Leffen, I'm gonna end this off by addressing him, and I'm gonna make this as brief as I can. If the past 4 years have taught me anything, it's that Leffen will never be held accountable or face any consequence for any of the things he's done over the years. There will always be an excuse, there will always be someone willing to defend him, and there will always be a way for Leffen to play the victim and garner sympathy. Even when he's the one at fault, Leffen can do anything he wants and get away with it, and the community will not only accept it as normal, but applaud and reward his behavior. I think it's about time that someone puts their foot down and shows this community that we are no longer willing to tolerate Leffen any longer. So now that we've covered basically everything, I just want to talk about this channel and my plans moving forward. Obviously, I'm not going to stop covering Smash on my channel. If there's something in this community worth talking about, I'm going to cover it. It just most likely won't be the main focus of the channel anymore. I've been wanting to branch out into other topics for a while now anyways, i.e. those chess videos, and I'm only going to branch out.
Yeah, no, I know,
forward.
JC.
I will say up front that when I do make videos about the Smash community, don't expect my videos to be constructive. I no longer have any interest in helping to improve this community, because if the past 4 years have taught me anything, it's that this community is unwilling to improve itself. Every time I've tried to speak up and start a genuine dialogue regarding the hack situation...
Same experience, by the way. I have the same experience with this shit. It's fucked. It's actually fucked.
These guys are dangerous.
I was immediately dismissed and antagonized for drama farming or whatever. And look, to an extent, I understand why people feel this way. Having someone constantly dunking on the thing you're most passionate about probably isn't very fun. But if someone believes that there is a legitimate problem in this community, and you refuse to acknowledge their concern because it hurts your feelings, you're only making the community worse in the long run. We've been trying to have this conversation about hacks for years, and all you guys did was ignore us. And only after he died, those same people who didn't want anything to do with this case suddenly feel that now it's time to have a productive conversation about what needs to change moving forward. I'm sorry, but no, it's not time to be constructive. It's time to be destructive. Because genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, you guys deserve it.
Damn. Alright. Well, that was that video. So what do you guys think? So what do you guys think?
Who are these people? Force? Whoa, I don't have to do that. I'm making all Megiddo 2 of you. Undeserved. So long as I can go up. Why not though? Python. that's gonna be where we end off. I think this game's cool. It's definitely like an improvement over the first Fire Emblem. Very different though. People are right to compare this to like Zelda 2 as a sequel or whatever. Like a lot of weird sequels on NES. Castlevania 2, Zelda 2, Castlevania 2, also more RPG-like. Obviously, Fire Emblem is an RPG. But this has like actual grinding. There's actually grinding in this game. Let's do this again and then get on. What is like damn it. Just like force. Cute. Actually, I'm gonna screenshot. That's how impressed I am. Oh, I can't. Doesn't work. Nothing. Silk. Silk is apparently one of the best units. I don't remember Silk from the original game. Silk, Fire Emblem Echoes. Oh. Yeah, they look pretty different in the movie, don't they? Save again because I don't trust anything in the world. Data. Oh wait, no. Rest. 22:10:58. Huh? I don't know.